Hello, VOD watchers. Hello, live watchers. And most importantly, hello to people who are doing something else and haven't even clicked on this video. When did you add the one that farts? I didn't. That's a fear response from me. Welcome to the return of the return of the return of Morgan Monday. An episode series, real life, and the physical limitations of my body and how long I can be awake for a given period of time interfered with us hanging out with Morgan. Which wasn't right. So I knew that no matter what it took, we had to return. I also had to know. I had to know. I simply had to know what is going on in Morgan's world. Unfortunately, I've forgotten a lot of what's going on in Morgan's world, so I'm sure I'm gonna go, oh, fudge, across the corner of this one, but we will do our best. The game does very nicely give me a log of everything that has ever happened and then some, so we should be able to catch up. So, if can I check the log? Yeah. I'm scrolling back up a little bit, because we just got out of court. Why did we just get out of court? Oh, somebody was supposed to show up and they didn't. That's why we just got out of court. Somebody was supposed to show up, and Emma got pissed and tried to pull a Hail Mary and end the case right there and didn't get it. Somebody... Did that motorcycle come through? Fire Mountain, did you tip that guy off? Who usually drives past your house? Damn, you didn't hear him? He was loud. Do we know what witness Emma didn't get? I have no contact with Big Vroom. Prove it. You know, I have hard evidence. I have recordings connecting you and Big Vroom. And Morgan tried to pull her Glock out, right? I don't think Morgan tried to pull her gun out. Did she try to pull her gun out? I don't think she... Cop partner of the victim. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Because the cop who died, if I remember correctly, wasn't he like the little golden boy? Wasn't he like Mr. Sparkles and Awesome, who is the child of like two neo-ability people? Like Beloved Boy? Yeah. Now, Sosuke was filling us in with what's going on here. Son of two politicians, yeah. Son of two politicians, that's right. Oh, and so we're getting into the deets here on the difference between the family and their financial group, because this is some of it's funny little details. This game loves to like give you like the homework of like, here's how this works, and then you find out how it connects to the fuckery. So the game was setting up how the Ikariya, I probably get it wrong again, how the actual family is related to but kind of firewalled off from the IFG so that way they could get away with nonsense. If everyone in the Ikariya family was a member of the IFG and the IFG was called the Ikariya family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... The hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Oh yeah, Morgan's mad on behalf of her girlfriend. Also, I'm gonna slide over a little bit so that you can see, do we still call them bishies? I said that last week on stream and people got really mad, so I'm gonna keep saying bishies. He's a bishy, he's a bishy, he's a bishy. The hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing Oh, no. They got mad last week. I forget. It was during the Kirby stream. I called someone a bishy. I think it was Lucifer. I think it was the devil. I think I called the devil a bishy and people were unimpressed, but I'm gonna stand by every piece of Renaissance artwork ever on that one. Lucifer is literally, yeah, Lucifer is literally a bishy. Yeah, it's cool when they depict Lucifer as a bishy, but for like hundreds of years, the default depiction of Lucifer was bishy with it. And then they decided that was too hot, so now only Jesus gets to be hot. Which is fascinating. That Big J gets to be... But listen, I grew up Catholic and just... I mean, they were doing Jesus' eyeliner in those paintings. Anyway, Sosuke says, are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you! Smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. You say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. I like when Sarah's lights are going off like she's a fucking Wii with the notification LED flashing like, girl, what's up? Are they not drawing him with a beard anymore? Chime in anytime. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. Small beard, but not like full beard. Apropos, my other fun vocab word of this whole session, of nothing. Sosuke has like the most full and kissable lips of anyone that I've seen in this game so far. And it's not even close, including when they're like, this is a woman who is attractive. Apropos. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Yeah, it's beautiful. He's got full lips and huge breasts. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. In the future, anyone can have knockers. And will. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers are present. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? The lead artist has a chart of how big the men's boobs would be if they were women, and Sosuke is the max. Why bother making it hypothetical? Just give him some melons. Adoptive or not, they are his parents and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? You're feeling guilty, Sasuke. Please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. Morgan, are you being weird about real parents versus adoptive parents? Can I show that chart on Twitch? Can I show that? I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You're telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would! And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Hold on, I'm putting on... Oh wait, no, what do you mean that's the old one? What do you mean there's a renovated one? What do you mean there's a renovated one? Oh, yeah, we need the Ep2 people.
Excellent.
Wrong again, follower. Thank you for the follow. This tracks so far. But yeah, no, this tracks. This tracks. This simply tracks. I simply have no commentary other than correct. They've simply got it correct. Anyway, we're back over here doing this. Dude. I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself. Daisuke Ikariya would have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. What? What did Bean do? Okay. Bean is being other room funny, apparently, everyone. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikariya killed all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not! The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? I had to stop and think about it. But you know what? I just didn't have to stop and think about it very long. Mile was, Sorry, I just ate the world's most spicy jalapeno pepper. Oh, well, correct. She said her name was Mireille. Yeah, and it's not gonna happen again. And it's not gonna happen again, Mireille. For some reason, Twitch was asking me to verify my electronic mail. Just give me any of your one-time use passwords and I'll fix it for you. It's fine. Just everybody send me your regular passwords and your one-time use passwords and I'll just fix it. It's fine. Who is she? Powerful member of the house. On the side of Aurea. Slow down, Loose Lips. I didn't ask her whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So did the message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. Morgan's frustrated noise sounds like several horses exiting a barn. Do you hear that? Finally, the Jevil! You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. Also, hi, Kafka, hello. This is Abishi. About the Hound of the Ikariya. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikariya is the house's personal assassin. Well! Awesome! What if Morgan can do anything she can? What if Morgan the world revolving? My problem with Morgan in a Deltarune situation is that it necessitates learning and growing in some way, and one of the great things about her is that she is so fucked up and is having a real hard time with that. What happened to the House of Ikariya being refined? Elevated above their criminal past? The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound? But can't prove that House Ikariya was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation of being unplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. Apparently David shares a birthday with Cow Tools. Doesn't every cow share a birthday with Cow Tools? Boy, Morgan, sure is interesting that these deaths go unmentioned because the powers that be are embarrassed by them. Sounds like your relationship with the state, huh? But you have no idea why you kill. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. You love those, don't you, Morgan? So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your career business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir? Waving your katana around as soon as you could walk? The circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me with this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. today I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. Oh, how is Sarah gonna come to terms with this? How is Sarah gonna come to terms with this, considering what her mom's up to? I'm just gonna call... No, wait, David is also her mom. I'm gonna continue to call Morgan her mom. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things since I have no experience with them. Wait, can I not move the game with the controller? Oh, I totally can, yeah. There we go. I was using the mouse and then I remembered I actually usually use a game controller to do this game so that way I can like gesture because I have a little eeny weeny controller. Because most of the time it's press A, press A, press A. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikariya? No, Sarah. But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. It is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Tell me more! She'd probably be like, she wouldn't be like excited, she'd be like, tell me more. Like that. I wonder what Morgan went to do. Maybe sulk. Maybe something that's gonna turn the whole situation around in a second. Welcome to courtroom 48D. We're back in session, apparently. How are you liking this episode thus far? It's really good, but that's not a surprise. It's really, really, really fun. I really do have a huge appreciation for how this series really likes to hang out in people's feelings. And how it likes to chew on things and let you chew on things. It doesn't move quickly, and I think that's great because it knows that its people are so good and gives you plenty of time to shine with them. Or to let them shine, if you will. Anyway, Emma Rockford's back. So, you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. That's correct, ma'am. When the 1099 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. Something much weirder is going down behind the scenes with the cops. We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the subject. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit! We helped Rogers finish cuffing the subject, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. You're a witness, counselor. Oh, here we go. Omnicore, hello! Welcome to Her to Cop's feelings, or Her to Gloop's feelings when she makes mistakes here. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. Anyway, what were you up to? What were you up to? Everybody go follow Omnicore. And then go get a popsicle out of the fridge, cause it's hot out today. But follow Omnicore first in case you forget. Ooh, the messenger. Jenny LeClue? What's Jenny LeClue? When it becomes like, actually no, I take it back. I don't wait for it to be hot out. I will do this in the dead of winter. Yeah, Jenny LeClue Detective. What is that? But one of my favorite things to do is I go to the grocery store and I buy the cheap popsicles. You know how like if you look in like the bottom of like the freezers where like the popsicles are, they have like the value pops. Like sometimes they're Otter Pops, sometimes they're other brands. And you get like 30 of those fucking things for like $10. And they're basically sugar, water, cold. Love them. Love them. I will eat like 10,000 of them. I love them. If I'm feeling a little fancier, I'll go for the fruit juice ones. Ruby says she likes those. Ruby, you know what we should do is maybe we should just get some popsicle molds and just pour fruit juice in. You would love them. Ruby says she would love to make pudding ones, pudding pops. What did Bean do?
So, you know, like how...
We're all gonna hear what Bean did. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry. I was in the bathroom and I have a shower that's like got like glass walls and a glass door. And it's also got like a seat inside. And then it's got like tiling on like the bottom, like where the glass door kind of stops. And she looking up where like is.
Oh wait, why did
which is behind
Here,
the
I'll fix where the dog
window.
didn't go.
She was looking up at like where this car is, which is glass window. Jumped up, trying to get up on it, and smashed into glass.
Oh, she tried to jump through the shower door? Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. The cat tried to jump through the shower door. Thanks, Bean.
Yeah.
Did that not?
She looked really mad.
Did that not go? That's weird. Why did that not go? Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that. Let's see. Power-ups and rewards. Let's see. Commands, events. Where would the freaking oh my god, I feel like I haven't streamed in forever. I forget where the freaking commands are. Events. Power-ups. Channel rewards. Why is it buried? There we go. I got it. I got it. We fixed the dog. We fixed the dog. I thought that was my Firebot. I forgot you raw dog system sounds into your OBS. So for whatever reason, the capture will fuck up if I don't raw dog the audio. I have no idea why it does that. I have tried to fix it. I have no idea why it does that. It just does that on this computer, and it's a Windows thing because it doesn't do that in Linux. Which I have to I'm not nice to computers. I'm not nice to computers. Anyway, let's actually torture this man. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Let's see. Were your body cams on? Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. Thank you for the ace. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, you people can't. I'm gonna duck down here because actually, yeah, This happens down here, but also up here is where you can see the score anyway. Why were you nearby is a good question. Yeah, that's the one that I'm going for next. Officers are required to turn on body cameras responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives. There you go. Detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. Yeah, what about your partner? Let's press a little bit. We're to 14. Let's press a little bit. What about your partner? By any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on? It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on and it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Ah, interesting. Why did he go in there without his gun, without his cam? Does Emma know? Is Officer Rogers? Let's ask why you were nearby. Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, Detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say? It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he's in the area, but... What the hell is there to even press when his answer's that simple? I'm almost tempted to. Was the soup good? Was the soup any good, Detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole in the wall play. See, he uses the word hole in the wall. I use the word hole in the wall all the time to describe something that's niche but awesome. And is that more of a like? And somebody called me out on it the other day. You did, yeah. I love using words outside of their normal purpose. Had this hole in the wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out they'd gone out of business last month. It's been a while since I'd stopped by. No, so what I got called out for is I will use hole in the wall to describe anything that is like niche or like a small operation, but awesome. When the intent is, of course, that it's like a very small restaurant or other business. Metaphorically and literally. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if it had been so selfish, they'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? This is hysterical, holy shit. Yeah. Your Honor, relevance? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it, at least. Now ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. Very good side thing. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects, even though there's a 10999 on the 3rd floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms around 10:17 p.m. We just got another ace. So we're at 18 out of 21. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. I feel like I have to press here because I'm at 18 out of 21 and there's nothing else to press on. Like, if I stay, then I back away from the conversation. We've pushed all the other buttons. I have to press a little bit here. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? Oh, that's a great question. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deeds, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. 21, baby, and we didn't get in trouble. I don't think you can get in trouble on this one, actually. So I kind of wanted bumper bowling, but let's take it. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Ad and I just had the chance to ask our own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London. Are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Heartbreak Killer? Oh, the other one. Boy, that would have been a big twist. The Hound of Ikariya. Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait. Do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, you're a pro, and they're already here. You didn't get to say it. That would have been an awesome curveball. This Hound of Ikariya is obviously some kind of case file the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the organized crime unit. What? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I'm getting smaller and in the corner so you can look at Emma more. Please look at Emma more. I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. You ask him about this, what's he gonna say?
There, that helps. that the Hound of Ikariya is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sasuke's age and height. With gray-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sasuke, you vain son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? He sneezes. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sasuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else.
The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Ikariya have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting, but obeying the legal precedent. Oh, but the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and all of my clients served up as a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on the testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? Yeah, the thing about 80 is she does have it in her. Like, that's, it would fall apart if she didn't have it in her. You know, because, like, whatever, like, criteria they're using to, like, test these, what are they called? Ads, automated dependence. Yeah, she's passing whatever the criteria was for can she successfully meter out justice. She's just a wackadoodle about it. You know, you ever met somebody who's great on a written test, but wackadoodle in person? Yeah. The jury's gonna take a bathroom break, and we'll get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So, we aren't any worse off? Sasuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us with all the tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that. Don't worry, Sasuke. They can't do anything to you here. Yeah, because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would. Please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes? He's finally here. Woo! Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at the time. Really? But the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London, nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, she has no need to stall for time. She won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against that redirect up until the very last moment... Yeah, we just saved your life. Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker, somehow. Everybody in this series is smart. All the comedy is smart, if you will. Huh? There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Ikariya and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Parole Officer Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry. Then just reporting for duty. Name and occupation. Parole Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation. Patrol officer. Alright, we can look at Sato again. This motherfucker named Huey! Get Dewey and Louie out here, you punk! Oh no, it's the future Meekins. Anyway, everyone, Yumi was out here before. We're just taking a Yumi break. It's Yumi Sato time. Can I play like really celebratory music while we look at Yumi? I'll go with this music. She probably wants something a little bit more goth and industrial, but here she is. Have I told you my ship for her? Is it her and that disaster lesbian from the start of the chapter? I would go with that one. Her in 8084. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Rogers. Police officer, lower wards patrol, like saltwater, rosemary, graffiti art, dislikes sand, marshmallows, and the lottery. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m., doesn't like mice, and is easily upset. Her favorite color is Sarah's hair color. Wait, was it? Oh, I thought that was like a chemical that kills you or something like that. Former partner Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. Uh-oh, when I said my name wrong. Won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to the trial? Oh, did I not set a reminder? Does seeing him in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's letting nothing important leaked out his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right, from where? Boy, genie problem, when you said that this guy was going to be a Meekins, I didn't understand the depths to which we would meek. Also, I know it's like a cool sci-fi, like, courtroom and it's 2085 and things like that, but how come we got the fucking HDMI Does my mouse show up? Oh, my mouse totally shows up. Why do we got the fucking HDMI cable running across the floor here? Is 8084 on the charger? Like, what's going on here? What is this about? what is that about? Do they have her plugged in? I mean, you know, I guess it's accessible. You know what? That is a good point. If she's going to be sitting there, there's no reason that she would need to be on battery power or on Wi-Fi, huh? Because she just sits there. The start? Oh. Well, it was a pretty boring, I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, you know, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. And around like 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echoed down in the lower wards, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. My partner was confident it was something to do with the Blue Bloods. Area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, I saw people like slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around the alley. Fire escape was at a commission. And my partner shot clean through the door handle. Wait, did he? Miller's autopsy. Wait, which one was Miller? Okay, Creek I remember. Creek I remember. Creek stayed in a pad. Yeah, this I remember. Did we get any information? No, we did get information about the fire escape. Rusty and poorly maintained. It's missing the ladder would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found and the second floor room beneath it. Okay. So that's not weird yet. What does the front door record say? Oh, good point. Yeah, let's look at that. Can't believe they got Creek, who's gonna play Goo Goo Babies now. I haven't touched Uma Musume in a hot second. Have they given us any other plots? Miller was the clear raincoat guy. Yeah, okay, I remember them a little bit better now. The front door entrance of the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you leaving the building. Lock is currently damaged and non-operational. It looks shot, that's for sure. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside it and see if everything had locked behind me after that. So I have a question. Wait. Hold on, I smell bullshit already. This isn't a fucking Star Wars door. This isn't like a Star Wars like magnet door or something like that. If you shoot a lock, like I can understand like doing like a shoot the padlock off kind of thing. Like that I can see. That's not what happened here. If you just shoot the locking mechanism of something that's like a deadbolt or something, now it's just a jammed mess. You're not getting that door open. This is bullshit. They were let in and shot this later to cover it up. That's what I'm speculating right now. They were let in and they shot this later to try and cover it up. That's what I think is going to happen with this. I love the guy trying to bum $5 off you voice you've given Rogers. Thank you, but also look at him. My partner shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? I suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. He's like reading off like a PDF like he's got over here. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, yeah, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me, you know, right up until we got to the second floor and... we heard a loud slam. Slam? What? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like salam? Or like slam? I don't know. It was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and he insists I stay and he goes ahead. Up to the 3rd floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him, which was kind of creepy. That's when I heard another heavy thud. Did you guys notice that the marble textures on this stuff is kind of stretched? I don't think I can play this game anymore. This texture is weird and doesn't line up. Back to the grocery store with you. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put 2 and 2 together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. You heard a noise at a crime scene. Sarah! You fucking duckling. Look. Everybody think most thinkishly. You gotta do this. Go to your partner, go to your pet, and think at them like this. Note to me, thumbnail this for YouTube. You heard a noise at a crime scene. The natural conclusion would be that you're not alone. If Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? I think the, let's go with to prevent escape. In case he gets past you, yeah. To prevent it, that's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation? With some helpful theorizing! Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... the fire escape. Wait, can I look at that blob of text again just to make total sure? Okay. Also, peace out, Fire Mountain. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you, and I'm glad that we're friends. Why would you think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He would only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was the fire escape. These other two make no sense. Because I don't think it's dumpster time yet. But the fire escape being the way down to immediately below makes sense. Yeah, it's going to be this one. It's going to be this. So let's up that a bit and throw the fire escape down here. The fire escape? If you heard a fire escape slam, wouldn't you come running? Fire escapes do not slam, counselor. For a second, I thought she might go for that one. Is it the dumpster? Wait, do I have their locations wrong? Do I have their locations wrong? Is Officer Meekins, like, more out front of the building? I think I have their locations wrong. We're not on the second floor yet. We're not on the second floor yet. Second and third. Meekins is still down by the front. I'm a fool. Yeah, it's, the dumpster is the one that's loud. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey, it left my ears ringing too, you know. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? Hi, Becky. 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken. So no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. And damn it, that's... I got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai. I'm thinking. I know. But might this possibly be the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. I can't testify to that. One time I know the truth and I want to get it out. I can't admit that without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do! Hello, Raiders! Hello, welcome to Morgan's big day out at the Morgan store. It's full of knives because she likes to kill. What are you doing? What is going on in your mother freaking universe? You were... Oh, you're doing Star Fox... Wait, were you doing the new Star Fox 64? Or, I assume it was the new one. I was like, I don't need to buy Star Fox 64 again because I played it like a million times. The online looks cool. The online looks cool. Also, I thought it was going to be like a $70 release. It's like a $50 release, so I'm a little bit more okay with that. But rewind a bit if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course! The witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. The old one, because I have personal grudges against the new one. Do you not like the voice direction? Because I've seen some of it, and I want to play with it. I don't love the voice direction on a lot of characters, yeah. He'll gladly recount every minutiae for us. Line by line. Like every detail. Especially the irrelevant ones. sir. Yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking through holes. It was a quiet night, but my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked to check the alley. I didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Okay, that's bullshit. We caught that as bullshit before. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. Find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears perked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? Let me focus. Give me the door. Give me the door. Give me the door. Yeah! Yeah, we called this. We got this. We got this. It was a quiet night, but my partner, he We headed for the Orca, and then I'm not repeating all of it. She opened, shut off the lock, and we entered. Okay, boom. Wanna bet? That wasn't it. Was that supposed to be funny, counselor? You looked like you needed to laugh. Wait, was that not it? I thought I had it. Ooh, flirting right in front of me. Pardon? Normies. Get overruled. Okay, that wasn't it. I thought that was it. Okay, I'll stop being focused on the lock. I better stop making sloppy mistakes. I think the agent's about ready to crash. The sound system. Oh, is it telling me it's the sound system? No, it's not. It's not telling me it's the sound system that just popped up by itself. Yeah, you know what? Now that I stop and think about it, the thud is the easier and more direct thing to fight on because it's like, how did you hear a thud if the bass was pumping? That's the angle that it's going to be. We're not at the front door. It's not the front door. I'm doing pretty good so far. Yeah, okay, so you can confirm that there was loud music upstairs. We'll buy the loud music, we'll buy the... Yeah, okay, this is the bullshit. This is the bullshit. Here we go. Sound system. This is it. That wasn't it? That wasn't it? How did you hear a thud if there was loud music? That wasn't it? Wow, I fucked up 2 in a row. Damn. I thought that was it. Oof. Oh, terrible performance. Terrible performance. All right. Damn. That sucks. Do we fight him on the building dead quiet thing? Do we fight him on the building dead quiet thing? With that being the sound system? I don't want to fucking burn through all my points here to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Sounds like quite the sensory overload hearing it described in such detail. Let's see, are they going to give me a little push in the right direction here? Yeah, it could have been very overwhelming. But the 5 senses are still bound by logic, and he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. Yeah, I guess the most direct thing is that first one is that he says that we found the building dead quiet when he got there. No, the music was blaring. The music was blaring loud enough to be heard outside. I think that's gonna be it. Or I'm gonna embarrass myself. All right, I'll fight him on this. Let's see if I get yelled at here. There we go. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? Ouch, oh well. The witness must have not heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards. Love this pose. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor? Well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah, sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. So they must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly... soundproofed. Let's go with soundproofed. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. Finally, we're making some money back. You think the building was soundproofed? Experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. I'll show my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor. Asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open? He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Ugh. Oh, fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Morgan, like, waving her off. Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. Oh, you should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy... Come to Fantasy, my amazing cake shop. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overrun it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. All right, let's see. What do we have to think about here? What? Okay, so what here isn't in the arcs? Why is the dumpster right here again? Run that dialogue by me again. Oh wait, can I get to the log from right here? I can, I think. Let's see. I'm just looking at the combo, just missing. Let's see. Only opened at the last minute. Some mystery individual fled down into the alley. Okay, that's why the dumpster came in. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. We can see where his blood landed on the sides of the windows facing the room when open. Are the fingerprints not in the arcs? If the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended on the wrong side of the glass. Let's see, let's think about this one. So the dumpster got pushed at some point. I don't know that that's relevant at this exact second. Shot in the chest in front of the windows from 1 to 2 meters. That's not anything we know. That's not too crazy. Windows are open in arcs, seen by all officers. Boy, coming back to this stuff after a second is hard. Let's see. I'm also feeling a little sapped of confidence because I screwed up twice in a row. Let's see. Blood across the windows, fingerprints on the handles. I don't think it's innately weird that there's fingerprints on the handles. What's she say again? Let's see. We can see where his blood landed on the side of the windows that face the room when open. Wait. How is his blood on the side of the windows that face the room when open when he was shot when they were closed? How did that happen? If, as you claimed, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Yeah, how did his blood end up on the wrong side of the glass? That's weird. So blood was across the windows, fingerprints are on the handles. Oh, I'm not sure here. I'm gonna have to start clicking for sanity's sake here. Blood across the windows, fingerprints on handles. I don't follow it. I'm going for something here. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows as if they swing open? Wait, did they slide? Wait, did they slide? Do they slide? Is that what's going on here? Do the windows slide? Well, what are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found in the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Ooh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at the crime scene in like a month and a half, so oh well. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, wouldn't matter whether they're open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Ugh. Hey, I said I finally got the windows finally lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. Yeah, there was a crime? Oh shit. Morgan kills people? Oh fuck. Oh, man. I was a fan before, but now that I found out about some of her side projects killing people, I don't know. What do you mean lined up? The blood spatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Oh, you just mentally, you built an image of it closed. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least. Ace Attorney, if he actually killed everyone and then psychologically manipulated witnesses and thinking they did it and nervous breakdowns in the stand. That would be fucking awesome. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARC data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to waste the court's time. Uh-oh, her theme song's coming in. We're fucked. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproofed, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail from the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded that the windows are soundproofed. But she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies? The testimonies of 3 cops and a room soaked to the floorboards and forensic evidence? Yeah! Crowd's pissed. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. I wouldn't have pegged Morgan for a jazz girly. I don't think anyone's ever pegged Morgan. Christ alive! Ruby got my neck. Ruby got my neck. Ruby got my neck.
Very true.
Very gently, but it's ticklish.
Oh, you almost went for my belly.
I did almost go for your belly, but unfortunately, you have surgery on it. So I heard Morgan and pegged and blacked out. What did I miss? Don't worry. Just if I get banned from Twitch, you know why. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as facts, one part of the Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Heard gunshots in lower wards, headed towards the sound. Chopin destroyed the lock. That they split up. Or that Rogers heard the thump from above. I don't think it's the lock. I think the most simple one is that we heard gunshots in the lower wards. I think this is going to be the one that spins it around. How did we hear gunshots if the room was soundproofed and totally sealed? I think it's that he was alerted in the first place. Yeah, if the building, so gunshots are loud. Gunshots are loud. But if the building is soundproofed and you're a couple blocks up, how are you going to hear that? How are you going to hear that? Yeah, how did you get alerted in the first place? How could these 2 officers have set up in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. True enough, I can see right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. Gotta write which one down. The theme song line, it was good. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report's usually sufficient. That confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed, before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Uh-oh. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. I hate... Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. Bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call. From the Blue Bloods. Crowd is furious. And the crowd goes mild. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line! And Gallery's pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent? Trill? Trill? That's all I have to say about posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Somebody please. I'm begging you, take a screenshot. We're gonna get mileage out of this one. We're gonna get mileage out of this one. Actually, I want to be, there you go. All I'm saying is sooner or later, Delta in Chapter 6 is gonna get posted. You know, if I had been a little faster, we could use this during Amazing Digital Circus, huh? I think I've spent multiple streams of both of them complaining about, how I've had so much fun. I didn't even watch the Amazing Digital Circus, and I have had so much fun with that finale. I have had so much fun with that finale. People are hilarious when things aren't what they thought they were gonna be. Time to flex your media literacy. Choose and present the article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you've collected this episode in your phone. But you already read them front to back, right? Witch of the West, targeting state data, feds involved in the hunt? Not yet. Political convention next month, heightened security and spending, city contract for the Mercs. Helium fuel distillation process leaked on purpose. Public schools, acid snow, renaming. Renovating Atlas pillars. City contract for Mercs might be the one. Let me look at the convention article. I don't know why these are marked as unread. I think I read them. Let's see, Dr. Sirius. Yeah, no, I think we read that. We went through this. Let's see, in the convention next month. Next Monday, the city will play host to one of those competitive political conventions in memory. Already under fire for supposed lack of convention security. Record high monthly budget for the police department. Private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, have released a coding. Oh, okay. Because the Blue Bloods are also private security. Like, that's the thing is, yeah, they're a gang, but they're also private security, aren't they? We learned that. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing the cops are dying in the lower wards. Our contracted forces have world-class. City Council declined to comment. I think it's this one. Wasn't that woman who supported you all private security? Yeah, she was. Yeah, it's this one. Thank you very much. It's the convention. Yeah, it's the city contract for Mercs. The city council's evaluating new security contracts ahead of next month's convention. And you think what? The Blue Bloods own stock in the corporate... Oh, wait, are they not? Oh, wrong. Okay, never mind, that wasn't it. Never hurts to diversify your portfolio. Save the financial advice. That one wasn't it. Okay, let's see. All right, let's think about these a little bit more then. I do need to up the ante, you're right. I need to develop a Dr. Sirius distillation process that leaked on purpose. Let's see. Let's look at these again. Let's look at the serial bombings one again. Panic abounded last week on campus and the computer labs at Neurotechnica University were set ablaze. Fire has officially been rolled in axe and successfully traced back. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable. Federal agents were frustrated with the so-called wish, formally calling for the director of investigation to testify. Let's see. Let's look at the public works one. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Petition for city councilmen to commission cost analysis in public schooling. Through a line in government says, city council will commission a study to evaluate. Okay, I don't think that's it. The Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars in the local wards, paid for by a percent increase in sales tax. Public transit elevators. Reducing unemployment in the target regions. Wait, is this one sponsored by Chopin? Oh, good catch. That's it. Yeah, you're right. Their names are on this. Good catch. Good catch. Yeah, it's the public works one. I thought that was just, I thought that was a little puff piece. I missed out big time. All right, upping the ante. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment? What? Are y'all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Your first guest was also mentioned dead cops in the lower wards because it was an office article from after the death of Officer Chopin. Oh. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute. You mean... you... Am I the one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? His parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found there? Greek's datapad. Needles. Classified documents hard to copy, easy to destroy. Wait, let's take a look at these classified documents some more, because they should be in my evidence here. Are they in here? They must be in here. Let's see. Wait, are the classified documents not in here? Broken back, Creek's note, cut bindings, dark card, dumpster, fire escape, front door, Hans card, Mag US, photos, testimony, medical records, Miller's, needle gun, needles, red ink! Oh, it was in here under the red ink. Yeah, okay, here we go, I'm a fool. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Oh, pillars! Yep. Something pillars required for expansion of eminent domain, payments to support of construction, re-election of Councilman Long to push for colloquially for reduce the local wards, the vote, stress the importance of OPSEC on the highest level. Yeah, these are the odd men out at this whole system down here. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make out a reference to Proposition 492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean... Even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. I have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them. With open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Screaming, crying. New vocab words for us. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the scene of the crime that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. Ugh. It is a bit of a pickle. Is this a new song? What you got for us, witness? What? I don't know, he had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory. Corrupt? You got brass, all right. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Ikariya. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness' last statement. A regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so... I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't that the Hound that... Killing animals. Knew that the whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what? You'll stab us in the back too? Sasuke. But please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple, I'm the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing... It's not enough you butchered him like that. You gotta pay his lawyer to spin his grave, too? How dare you! While you pigs were colluding with blue bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. You're a blue blood ring. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid, now. Okay, it was fun, but you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room.
Whack everyone's pee-pee
Whack
now.
everyone's pee-pee now. That's not enough. Now I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Yeah, tell him, Rogers. The Meekins Brigade agrees. Ooh, this heat. Burn the house!
The Meekins Brigade.
Tension like a haze in the air. That man's actively drunk. That guy is drinking straight in the back. She's taking you out in the chance, you. You're sweating something that feels like... Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down!
She's small.
What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. Thank you, London.
Everyone calm down.
Everyone be niceys.
I was mad I didn't get soup. But this is ridiculous.
Ruby's going, I was mad I didn't get soup.
But I'm okay. Everyone can calm down.
Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sasuke, I'm not injured. Danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. Why'd you push me down? What? What do you mean, why? Why did I? Take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes, sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless beep looking across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it because we only ever see it once. The very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow. So, maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? How did that man get into the courtroom, the building, and with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. Oh, she was in episode 1. Briefly. Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Cat person, I happen to be allergic. Mark answer is yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Favorite season, the fall. I mean, someone needs to be in trouble for somebody getting shot in the courtroom. Zone arm, Madam Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. Uses a simple air intake system of projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. Get you an arm gun that shoots tooth bullets. Yeah, wild weapon! He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building. At work? Only needs to work once. Oh, a card that only needs to work once. Boy, we're cute with the themes, aren't we? This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... Ask me, we're lucky he stuck with something more directed than instead of explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? Jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Ikariya. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there are plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he achieved by catching Sasuke red-handed. Allegedly! There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? Shooter's been ID as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite a step up. Any connection to Creek's Pod? Older generation, different parts of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So, trying to execute Sasuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue-blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikariya doesn't need a mistrial, he needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sasuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to. The stands were full of police officers. Any one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We didn't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. A friend of mine ranked all the VNs she streamed her Let's Play in the past few years. Her comments of this game involve just standing they can write themselves and it seems like a dead end and bullshit like this just works. Yeah, they are really, really good about getting out of fucked situations. Ugh. Fine, fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. Big, scary old blackout like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy. Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Girlfriends! Girl fiends, yeah. Helps they're not writing a TV show with multiple seasons. Yeah, they have a lot of flexibility with what they're allowed to do. The episode can be as long or shorter they need it to be. Surprised to be arguing the same thing as you for once. Well, thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Ikariya on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Ikariya are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. That sounds like exactly the type of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sasuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, oh, Bo and Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand of ease. You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Wait, has Morgan, other than, like, you know, the killing, has Morgan, like, seen someone get shot? Is there a tragedy that she witnessed or something? Spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe get into my head that I'm some sort of unfeeling badass. Oh, this is the funniest thing they've ever written. Holy shit. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. Prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. Oh. The hangman does their job right. The neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikariya spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while the Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. Never felt that bad about it all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Well, thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Ikariya really is. Oh, come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him? Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. I'll be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No. I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. Helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Preston had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take a shot? You get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed by extremities. He was high as a drone.
I would be watching that guy too. I'd be like, shit, this guy is cracked out.
Probably metahexaphethalin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metahex. Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party. In small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated, mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call when I looked back. He was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he'd started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ugh. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Yeah, within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods' monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma megs and dispensaries of the world will step in and reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. Gray tide rolls on. Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition in name recognition and locale and real estate, and basically, they can't afford it. Buy-in's too steep and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. The folks like the Ikariya do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Boy, this is starting to connect some dots on why they went after each other. Well, I told you there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in the courtroom about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with the Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. All right, we're gonna take just a 2-second break because I want to refill my water and have an eeny weeny snack. So I'm going to make it run a commercial. Everybody go pee. Everybody pet their animal. Everybody do a cartwheel and wreck your shit completely in the living room. Your bones, your coffee table, just wreck it. Anyway, be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Hello. Sup, Cat Mama? How you doing? And let's see, the VOD is on pause, so here we go. So what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? I'm doing lovely. I'm very happy to be streaming, that's for sure. Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, these blue bloods are... He tried to shoot you, Sasuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for the Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sasuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Might be starting to sink in. Sasuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... Is it because of last year's meeting? Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about... What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were going to work out a deal for the Ikariya network to distribute a Blue Blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. I love the way she talks. Love the way she talks. She's so goddamn funny. There was a meeting last year. Yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. Fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade from Makoto. House elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full-time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart, blood was drawn. Kind of assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. There's someone we could talk to who is. There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Here to join? What are you talking about? Somebody got shot! There was a shooter in the courtroom. Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. Net's slow as shit in the swing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so you don't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure, so it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever, as long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. And our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. What little childhood thing are you flashing back to there, Momo? Something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and can swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sasuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets. Oh, that's not the conversation you're thinking about, is it, Sarah? Hold on, I'll move so you can look at her. Hold on, I'll move so you can look at her. There you go. You're bothering Sasuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sasuke was the one who acted, while I just... Sasuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I'm still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. Sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. Stands to reason he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I'm still thinking about is the man that he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I am not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he is dead. I haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff.
Maybe that's not normal.
I guess I forget that includes the extraordinary, too. You've seen violence like that before, then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. Very Morgan phrase. We haven't saved in a while. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? What is this implying? What happened? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you, then. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you, then. There are no people like me. Damn! Irashai. Irashai. To what do I have the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? Yeah, Morgan is a says things machine. One's Sarah, who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? Just got in this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree, down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Ilashai? 2 waters coming up! That's right, this guy's info boy. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikariya? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Huh? Then it should be easy to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground. Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them. These neo-ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and a back side to it and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is the exclamation point they can't misconstrue. and the Ikariya aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding the others they've still got their fangs as a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. He's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. If the Hound kills where a house's rivals can see, the damage sticks. Hello, Saki! We're talking about killing and death! How are you? What are you up to? What's going on in your world? What you doing? I'm Gloop. I'm made of the computer. Oh, you're doing Ina Dream Barbecue.
Excellent.
This is basically the same game. This is basically the exact same thing as Ina. I'm lying. This is Of the Devil. Where you need a killer lawyer, if you know what I mean. You know a lot about Neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo-aristocracy? Well, hello, Poopy. Do I look like that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it looking at how profitable your wine selection is. I haven't gotten too far in this, but enjoy my Vor weirdos. Well, hello, Vor weirdos. I think the deaths in this one don't involve gobbling people up.
Yeah.
Yet. There's more to come, who knows? It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. Blue Blood Assassin trying to mist him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the Blue Bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Yeah, no, don't spoil yourself. This adventure's worth it the long way. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what?
Excellent.
Stock tips? Oh. This is before the Ikariya cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. Can you hear Bean? She did. Advanced audio properties. No, it's in filters. It's in filters. Let's see. Make noise again, you stupid cat. Hey, you. Do something. She knows I'm talking to her. Look at her ears. Look at her ears. She knows I'm talking to her. She took a big shit. All right, we'll keep going for now. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rust weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Ikariya cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. Reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if... What? Ikariya hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. They were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to their table. And when you fall that far that fast, the common folk assumed it happened for a reason. They thought the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? Oh, you're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikariya just stole. The vast majority of it is held overseas or is safe and untouchable. And impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. That's like a genetic lock, right? I think we learned that.
Yeah, remember it was like something that people don't really more. It's like
Yeah, Ruby's reminding me it's something people don't do anymore.
but it's like locked to your.
Getting butchered by the Ikariya was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. There's a certain poetic charm to it, hmm? Would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. Crossing their fingers over their red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one, new spin on one of the oldest tales in the book. Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited... Oh my god, it's gonna be Sosuke. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Old guards certainly seem to think so. Well, they need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. They can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they're looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes young blood start talking about maybe the old guards doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests the camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water blood covenant, if you prefer. We're talking about... Young bloods give their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. Think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. And so do the young bloods. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. It's Sasuke. What a poetic irony for him to dedicate himself to, one gang, but be the promised prince of another. Like, wouldn't that be super fucked up? I think that's what's gonna happen. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin... You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. I think we've learned this one before. The Mob Act. Establishes procedures and funding. Yeah, it just prevents you. We read this one before, but it prevents you from nosing around in rich people's business. Effectively. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? When did he get adopted? I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home orphanages, private philanthropic or institution that's no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it, if they'd just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records.
Swallowed! Hey!
Hey, 4 people, we said swallow!
I'll stop.
No, please, talk about Vor. Go for it. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting and... Oh, a child show up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think... Ah, this isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Did someone say hard pill to swallow or something? I think that was it, yeah. How old was he? His age is listed as 27. The entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours of the addition or removal of an asterisk. Seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 26 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? Governments of the world were scrambling. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician? It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken. Hello, Floop! Welcome! Important question, are you also a Vor adjacent raid or no? Welcome, by the way. Let me shout you out. Wait, I know you. Why wasn't I following you before? What's my problem? Were you doing Stardew Valley? It doesn't want to tell me what you're doing in the shadow because it's rude. Anyway, what's up, y'all? Hello, I'm Gloop. This is Of the Devil, starring Morgan, who's the one on the left. The one that you will adore and will know for sure is, Sarah in the middle, the robot child. This guy is also nice. He's really nice, but I'm a lesbian, so I just have less thoughts here, so I'm checking it out. Anyway, I'm good.
Into him. Kind of like a fail girl bar owner.
Oh my god, I would go feral for a fail girl bar owner, yeah. Also, check this shit out, I can do this. For anyone who just raided in. That's possible, now you know. They'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. Joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move. That means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. Backshots sound like taking down a Christmas tree. That's beautiful. I'm moderately flattered and going on an incredible mind adventure right now.
It's funny to imagine it.
Oh yeah, it's really funny.
Especially since you don't do that.
I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Hey, do you really think? You think Chopin was the little lord? You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? I thought he was going to be trying to buy the No mask. Remember that whole situation? That was like touched at the very start of this and hasn't been brought back up. If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real, what do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you.
Oh my god, they're real! Have fat snakes.
Wait. Why is my chair fucked up? Why is my chair fucked up? There we go. Why was that stuck back there? There we go. Then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the little lord. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous youngblood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. 2, as far as I recall, the only youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin ever even entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only youngblood I know... 3, I can think of at least one other group that had killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Ikariya. And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sasuke in a courtroom, unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sasuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey, Sarah, get some footage of you making this next one from over there in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem. Come with me to try this hidden gem bar in the lower wards. Kind of cheap and fake, but you know, you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, if the number of followers Kintsugi has a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day, I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if... It'll look like shaky cam, found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Guess we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Kick it under the fridge.
Move for Sarah now.
Move for Sarah. I'm moving. There you go. New Sarah Sprite. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail.
Hang on, you taught her that? It's better this way, let's be honest. There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor, but... Half a lime juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case... Put it in the bowl in the fridge. But it seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle, but the deadly serious one. Or Jat. The customer says they prefer simple syrup. You let me know when we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sasuke.
I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. Saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. Hello, cocktail. Bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? You want to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is an expression. You're supposed to sip it. Forgot. One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of a huntsman. The Little Lord's an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orca's shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel chill down your spine one night on your way home from work. Go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take a full advantage of. The mask! The mask is coming back in. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sasuke. Why, so Sasuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill the boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. You are a fucking pervert, Morgan. You are wild for that one. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What, kind of recommendation? A bar, I think, needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? Oh, something awesome is about to happen. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be! You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why do I need your permission to go anywhere? Take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious, this is reality. The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime, or battered spouses not real victims? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Cyanus is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, man, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm when we've got actual orcas stomping over the scene where the cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it, gotta strike when the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me, I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you! Oh, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting deeper. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Oh, clearly. This isn't going to work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung? Whatever. You think you just walk out and wait, turn around and take a walk, sunshine? London, if you think for even one, I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. No, not you. Sarah, everyone's favorite angel.
Just like, fuck everyone, except you.
Fuck you all! Except you. For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray area might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow one of their death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had 1 shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright, blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's not that practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. Hee. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? No, you're a perfect angel who never did anything wrong. The rest of you fuck off. You and Reyes happen to be in the area? You don't want to take my word for it. Reyes will tell you the same thing. Doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? Well, 1099 went around around 10:15 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. and Rogers reported that he was dead. 10:21 p.m., we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. Didn't hurry to the 3rd floor where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So, the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sasuke down all by himself? Yeah. Charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was in fact clear. Also, yeah, no wonder you managed to take him down. He was drugged. He was fucking drugged and tortured. No wonder Officer Meekins got the hit in. He probably missed the first few swings and managed to get a hit in on the training dummy. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. 107 was unlocked. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Cyanus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first walked down this hall and I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? Anyone gonna dig into Chopin after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously if only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory. But don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. I hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. You found any secret passages in the premises? Afraid not, little lady. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages in what world? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sasuke killed him? It'll be difficult without counting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What do you want to pitch this as the young bloods and the old guard going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. Well, what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. My theory's correct, and Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them. The old guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off Prop 49 were a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I got to pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Trying not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname! But I guess people are always calling you ads, whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname, you gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. The music coming and going so fast is hilarious. What the hell? Do you hate spearmint that much? That is... I would never want to seem ungrateful. Just saving. Just a little save file for all of us, a little personal treat. Sarah, you perfect child. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Oh, I'm sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. You're an android, by the way. This woman will fuck a robot. Without hesitation. So, what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually gonna need a little bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. She unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arx would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. Arx is not flawless, it can miss things. Look, you seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have? We secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm wouldn't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystem from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. The loud bang! We heard a loud bang. We heard a loud bang from the dumpster. Very simple, low-tech thing to do. Make somebody make noise with the dumpster, and it's not a silent alarm, it's a loud noise. But to most of the city, I'm wildly speculating because I love doing that. Yeah, but here's the thing. Yes, it's literally loud. It's not silent. But for most of the city, it's somebody banged the dumpster. For people who are in the right place at the right time, it's somebody banged the dumpster that nobody uses behind the safe house. Something's going down. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. A horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? Oh, I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but here's something I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The knife. There should be a knife. Right, I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need you to help me find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. They're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It's not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. You find something? Yes. My knife. And it's charred. I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and Cyanus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. Probably feel good as fuck to have your lamp rub when you're a genie.
Yeah.
Genies of the chat, please chime in. Hold on, I'll do a poll about it. Let me see, I'm doing a poll. Important question. There we go. Important poll starting right now. You have to be a genie to vote in this poll. So anyone who is not a genie, do not vote in that poll. Okay? Anyone who is not a genie, do not vote in that poll. I'm expecting all of you to rise to the occasion and not vote in the poll. And that anybody who answers that poll is a genie. It's split.
You're not gonna be able to check them.
It's split between super good and hey, this is too personal. Can I vote in the poll about how good it feels to rub a genie's lamp? That is in the follow-up questions.
I'm a genie. Fill it out.
Ruby says you can become a genie and then you can fill it out. You have Ruby's permission to become a genie. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? But pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met, yes, but... So why don't you try here and analyzing blood type? It's gonna be simpler, right? It might be, but how did I analyze the blood of this knife? I'd have to use my tongue. What if I like watching someone rub a genie's lamp? Are we describing like an Aladdin's cuck chair situation? That's beautiful. I like how the poll is split exactly between super good and hey, this is too personal. Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood! Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it, probably. Just get it over with. Does Sarah have an immune system? If she has, like, artificial biological components, she would have to have an immune system. Considering android blood is, like, straight up compatible with human blood. Where did Stinky Kitty go, Ruby? Oh, she's right in that chair. Awesome.
So the verdict is it's...
Yeah, so it was a tie between super good and hey, this is too personal, which I'm going to take as good. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Not fully compatible, partially compatible. Pretty sure human viruses would not be Sarah compatible. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Oh my god, the best thing that has ever happened is happening. That ruled. That ruled? What have you got? There is blood from more than one person present. All right, where's the human rubbing the lamp pole? What, do you want me to ask if everybody gets bricked up getting a genie out of the bottle? Do you want me to ask that? I will start. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'm running that poll. I'd assume the lamp was separate from the genie and they don't feel anything that happens to it. I mean, there's no way that I can ask this without it sounding sexual, but if I rub you and you're wearing clothing, it's doing something for you, good or bad, right? I love how you use bricked up. It's such a hole in the wall term. I'm gonna shit my pants. Do you want me to do this? Fine, I'll do this. Participating in this poll is completely mandatory. Do you understand? There you go. There you go. Everybody has to answer that question. It's mandatory or you'll get banned.
I am reporting this entire stream to the Genie Council.
High form, I expected that. I'm a genie. I refuse to even look at the results. Mostly B negative, I believe, with some AB negative around the tip. Please ask a more persona is in the lead, by the way. All right, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data that I have. L question. No is a dub question. You know it. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. How many androids can say that? Now, come on, we got some boxes to tick. Ooh, something new to read? Something new to read? Is this evidence? If you rub the shirt, I'm not going to feel it. Now, hold on. If you... I feel like I could get somebody a little zesty through their shirt. Yeah, exactly. Ruby, grab my poop. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind, nothing relevant about it. Anyway, the top answer was please ask more persona. The next was L question, then very yes and yes.
Need to ask something. No?
Okay, then yes, we have to ask a more personal question. What could the more personal question possibly be? All right, I'm gonna... Yeah, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. What? I think this bit is getting away from you. That just means that the bit has grown up big and strong. If you ask, do you like being rubbed by a genie? I'm leaving. It's copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat, and it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled, arrested. And an individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to a quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. This isn't Heartbreak style, though. Police have not commented on whether that firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself is not what led to arrest. Will genies wear wigs? Genies, have you ever worn wigs? Do you wear wigs? Police have not, we have identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was at the time a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased the days after, reflecting optimism among shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent, but Hanami's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suspecting a possible target. The takeaway here is terrorist acts like this are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings. To any dissidents out there thinking you're the next Heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far up by it. Update! Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to request for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms rising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We have also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their work as well as to their customers and shareholders. Whether this is an indication of a reversal to their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, end. This copycat's not a good copycat. Dot. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. So it would seem. So this is where they found Creek's body. Computer, enhance. Computer, make this guy super gay and not as dead. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in the time he was shot in his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time, didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? Doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. Diversity win! The common thug is they, them. Oh, okay, no. They're not. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died... Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on, what's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this. Oh my god, it is a dog whistle. It is a dog whistle. This little toy thing, you can hear it? I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is that some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up on this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Inker Tan. Supposedly he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. TC and HR, Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers? Badge numbers match. They met this guy? Seems like they detained Enkerton briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's ground for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? He was a CEI. If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Has they already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Oh, can I now check evidence while I'm in fun looky-looky mode? Okay. Our client, Sasuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. He looks more like he's looking down sad at Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sasuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. And pant legs? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken, he had internal bleeding throughout his torso, bruising and rope burns on his wrist where he was bound, contusions all over the anterior side of his body, and he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. Biggest wound was to the back of his head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there's some crime scene footage you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Redding protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? Seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The ARC showed that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. Strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. Weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. And that about wraps up in here. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Sorry, Sarah, I can see you don't like it. Her phone buzzed! We pressed the button and her phone buzzed! Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Oh, you can really misread this situation. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine! Whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. Sarah's getting clicker trained! The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. While I have you here, though, exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way faster here, that they're here faster than any of you could? What are you exactly trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency, but I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in. So, you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin would have gotten here? Nah, not my job to, either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you're poking around and they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both Youngbloods? What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Well, would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? Old guard use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children because the Ikariya killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I got 3. AAA graded. It's like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Emma's argument that Sasuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sasuke would have been stuck here until police arrived if I hadn't handed him the magus to, well, frame him. And the knife also to frame him, but secondarily so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sasuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? And gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sasuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. Doesn't wanna! You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick! Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the Cyanus employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, Cyanus does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigation services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait! I've already made the request, Adonai. You insist on making me test the bindings myself now. You'll be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm gonna save this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Really is a shithole in here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. Feels like a cruel place. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them. To go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? That locked door. Were they still on site? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. And what the hell do all these cops and science chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment, but you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how science employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. They had picked up trash that had to be removing evidence the arcs would light up. Adding trash, though, I don't know. Help me look through this. Garbage? Again? Already? Just start looking. And it requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Oh, good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99 of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that... Looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? How could it have been lying here neglected this whole time? Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead men's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs or should I? Well, it seems you've got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han? It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs, oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. You almost always get rated 5 stars. So, did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Oh, even if we had, it occurs to me that they were reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikariya's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? Still got the address boss gave us? Oh my god, are we going to a host club? Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please, come on in, don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. It's literally called Local Host. Very funny. Should we take a seat for now? Big red sexual oppression going real well. With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account and overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you'd like! Oh, this is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. Surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that! Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. Cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. Got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Ooh, we can look around, yay. Order! Yeah, give me a drink, yay! You think they're being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably, doesn't mean I'll oblige them. But it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestion based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Champagne. For the kiddo. Ah, what the hell. Hey, pomme de jaune. Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender chubs up to ring a bell above the counter. Palm D, tower! The staff begin an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower. I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take up a commemorative photo, madame. Where would you like to sit? There's a small spender in here. What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of. His eyes wandered, losing sight all the while until they settled on the glassy-eyed, pitying stare of an overworked-looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him, king for a day. With the same nervous smile I'd used to shake hands with a suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming tirade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away? I got shit to do. I can't drink all that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money just to pass it along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expensive. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do, kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more likely to have you killed. Awesome, glad we can do that. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. I'm weird about sex. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see, so you respond more to being challenged? What do you think? Perhaps not. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Ikariya assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. So you're just uncomfortable then? Unamused. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads and corporate settings. LinkedIn bullshit. Oh wait, there's actually something interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes and rest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding have left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections essentially beginning to rise to the region as large migrant worker populations face with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop cultivated successfully for thousands of years on all 7 continents. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural techniques and greater restrictions on the emergency wood cutting activity led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the procedure required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments. Humidity levels have even been considered an aggressive invasive species in times. But modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between turning a cultivar to a target environment, rendering it inviable in the wild, and years like this can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us to use this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Data on the efficiency of burn pits as combating the spread of the fungus is limited. Most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low, and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker publishers arguing that hesitancy to provide more masks is politically motivated. Plotter's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because of conditions of growing mushrooms, and the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You got a lot of workers depending on the industry. A lot of young people get used to better work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to disproportionately young populations. Many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates meant to attract students with the promise of low cost of living, patient-like ideal conditions. Though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern. Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics to your entire global economic model. Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama on deck! Big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect of this establishment if you're purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit, you clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikariya must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep him in the dark and feed him shit. Yes, I've heard the lawyer jokes. Now, can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim their credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan, Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Societe Ikariya. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't put it better myself, miss. Kim. Anna. Small business owner. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot's gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood's a term of endearment. Well, then I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not, they'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you, not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know? Let's see. All right, let's see. Little Lord ID, we think this is known. We think this is known, hence the drama. Bresson's fate, we know. I'm gonna click Creek's Killer. Cause she did it, and that's funny. She'd probably be interested in the real answer, but I'm not. But it's not the one I'm willing to give. And at the moment, I don't even have that great of a patsy to put forward. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead and of no use to her. There's also the chance she has no idea the Little Lord is even real, in which case I'd be showing way more on my hand than I'd like. Okay, so it's Breston's fate. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Oh, that's right, it's under lockdown! Nobody knows! Something worth knowing had happened to be in the news by now. There's currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Bresson. Goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got a fair share of hothead dumbasses, too. Impatient hothead dumbasses. Time's money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because he can't go to a war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on... I think it would be... Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Ah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money, best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload if you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. Phew, it was taking a second for the cash to pop up, and I thought, shit, did I miss it? As things stand, the gray wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikariya. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can still see you haven't gotten used to it. Poor snot, who the hell just roll over for those upstart bootlicking that goddamn fox, smirking behind his perfumed incense as a painted screen and sheets of gold leaf? Should have cut his eyes out when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikariya, of course. Yeah, by the way, I am fucking in the trenches here doing this New York mom saying Japanese words. I have really written myself a check to cash here. The family's patriarch? Haven't had a chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there had to be a reason an Ikariya lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it, you want to capture Makoto Ikariya so you can afford the ride to Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. This lady is awesome. This lady rules. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. Detective? Yeah, why? Not wasting a question on him, of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off Prop 492? Ah! You missed that one. Try another. It's a bottle. It's a bottle. We're doing that fucking shooty game, that fucking American Laser Games. You missed that one. Try another! You know the one. You know the one. We all know the one, right? If anybody doesn't know the one, I will play the clip. I will play the clip. I don't actually know this one, but I do know of American Laser Games. Okay. Here, hold on 1 second. Here, hold on. It is from their cowboy game. Let's see. There we go.
Let's see what kind of a shot you are, Pilgrim. Take a crack at this bottle.
See?
You missed that one. Try another.
He doesn't. You missed that one. Try another.
That one. Try another. You missed that one. Try another.
You just get stuck here.
That one. Try another. You missed that one. Try another.
Classic audio scene.
You missed that one. Try another.
You're stuck there until you manage to hit that bottle. What do you mean? Do you think she was a Germa fan? No, I think she was an American Laser Games fan. Because it's been in a lot of streams. I just happened to click on the Germa. Wait, no. She's the right age. She's the right age. She's watched Germa. She's totally watched Germa. She's totally watched Germa. She fucking caught the Dollhouse stream. You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin were working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Prop 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it, Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Prop 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard the Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name, P492. It's a pretty big giveaway. You must add more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. Saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ah, Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers, not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. Well, you say it leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it's printed off somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Easy questions, because they're terrible. And pointless. Hi, Machine. Hello. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. Possibilities are left then. Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. What were you up to, by the way, machine? What's going on in your universe? Microsoft Saga, A New Dawn. That's probably not what it's actually called. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Oh, PS2 Gundam RPG. Sasuke mentioned. It's called a bluff. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? Gee, I wonder, Morgan, who has it? A dead man who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. What if we still want to ask, our house, my rules? Who hired you? Why would you spend a final question on that? Why would I lie? Why would I say anything other than Makoto? Because it was specifically Makoto. Makoto Ikariya, as if that wasn't already clear. Uh-huh, you, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. Yeah, no, I guess it is clear that somebody fed Makoto information. So why does it pointing out to me feel like such a defeat? You know, come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you gonna do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. I don't know. You're reviled by the international Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40! 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored. What a nice one girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here. She's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. You get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? Question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option. Leaving them with Plan A. The little lord, but Tariq Chopin is dead. I know another adopted child. Yeah, he is. How dare they! After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sasuke in the courtroom, of all places. The nerve of those Blue Bloods come. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding. If he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you gonna do? Try consulting an expert? What are kids your age like? Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. I'm not a kid, so I wouldn't know. It's for Sarah. I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? IDK. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. The other day, the school announced they're going to be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. Okay, but that's hilarious. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. What are you talking about? That's funny as fuck. That's funny as fuck. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All I did was get you back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by, youth. And they need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? I love the implication that Fortnite is still around 100 years in the future. I know it's not 100, but like... What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like... Rich. Yes. No, I do remember, Masters being, hilarious about it. Sadly, just 60. Yay! We'll get to live it! We'll get to see it. Yay! I'll be 99 years old. And you're probably like, Gloop, how are you gonna be alive? Aren't you worried about your condition at that point? I'm gonna be like half cyborg parts. Duh. Aren't you worried about the problems with cyborg stuff? We just went over the corporations. I'm learning Linux. Do you think that I'm not gonna like get in there with that shit? I'm like the worst ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I work as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Oh yeah, no, I'm doing transhuman stuff, like the second. Like, in there. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. Oh, this is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Ah! Sorry, the outrageous woman liked this joke. They're so good. Whatever photo that is failed to send. Damn it. I mean... What would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense, so do that. They've probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else's soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because no one acts subservient to a child! So Susuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well, then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace! Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house once roused is not easily satisfied. Oh, shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but... Please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikariya. We need to speak with you. About what? About Sasuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sasuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much. Well, Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikariya was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote Oh, I'm gonna butcher this pronunciation. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, Robot Girl. It's not impressive for a machine to. Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sasuke. Enough! Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you, show some respect, now! He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance showed him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who's used to others not meeting his eyes. Rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like I had a bad tell begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makotan! Grandpa! Awesome. Awesome. How are things in the front lines, huh? Kodo is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course. But my little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of a house of new ability to be so affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. Hi, oh. Ruby just came up to fiddle with my bra strap. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. It made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. Hope he could say more than that. And she's also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows how to keep your mouth shut, clearly. How bad could she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sasuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake I won in a drinking game. But that's 6 years ago now. You gonna fetch it for your grandpa? Of course, but... Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? Hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. This guy rules. How about those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first? Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses and you just stand there for the rest of the career, you lazy. Your damn emails, they've got nothing better. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. But then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. You're the lawyer. Any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-crime privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikariya right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me there's a mass murderer and be able to tell a soul. So then, why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. You're supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. Makes these conversations go so much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy's the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no point to any of this. Everything I built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books? Orchestrated! So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Like that! Killed them like that! Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. Wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. CEO, bodybuilding, archery, bonsai, dislikes phones at the dinner table. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food, smells like cedar tobacco, iron, or dried blood. Handshake is vice-like. Awesome, love this guy. And my uncle named me successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight? They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they'd already won. So how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour. This is right before the Red Decade got underway. Once the border started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things could get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs. More importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd be room for only one family of thieves in the city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. And everything you've built since then, Renegian, Aurea Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of. That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is a tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Don't know, I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. Shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash into the bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snag up entire economies wholesale. We being the nobility? That's a term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Good face back here, by the way. Mr. Ikariya, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. Year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? Fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are all hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much, so I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sasuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. He's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yeah. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. My sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request. Who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sasuke guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice to themselves if there's only one queen, and she is by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field where she can attack freely. At least assuming he subscribes to. Okay, got it! But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture our little Makotan? I'm gonna go with his blood. Let's see if this is it. They were literally after Makoto's blood. They'd want a steady supply. Miele suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but him didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. What have you learned? Not much, generally. See, the thing is, the ransom... The ransom doesn't track. And I don't know that revenge tracks either. Because the thing is, if they capture him and they ransom him, that just seems like a small-time... That just seems like a small-time one-off stunt, you know? Like, yeah, you might get some money for it, but you're gonna bring the whole house down on you. Revenge is also... I'm gonna say no reason. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. Certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your soul heir than capture him. What I'd do. They had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sasuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think, I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Sasuke and brought him down to their lower wards to torture him. Idiots, if they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or whatever, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders. But just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking about Sasuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. Generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now, more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. I love this face on him. I love when Dasuke gives us his equals 3 face. This is such a good interpretation of this character. I love this guy. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sasuke. Ergo, capturing Sasuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound's skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sasuke makes him so valuable? I called this one. Okay, either I called this one hours before it happened, or I'm completely barking out of my ass. They want his blood. He can open the locks. Who raised the price on Sasuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sasuke is the little lord? Hold on, I dropped my beverage on Bean. Baby girl, come back. It was an accident. Okay. She'll be okay. Went in the bed. She went into the bedroom. The can fell on her.
Oh, God. Water all over the floor.
It's fine. It's just water. I'll get it in a second. Let me finish this up. She's fine. She's fine. She's fine. Congratulations on the renewal of your media literacy and on my ability to drop shit on the ground. Sasuke's the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark! You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago. I cannot believe you called that the instant you learned what the little lord was. Lost my mind. Ruby says, what made you think?
Was it...
So it was the fact that he was an orphan. It was the fact that we didn't know his family history. It was a little bit of genre savviness. I've called some shots and missed them completely. I definitely have called some shots and missed them completely. But what made me think about it was his family history is completely unknown. I think it's unknown. Like, he's adopted. Like, we don't know his original, at least he doesn't know his original history. And the fact that he was tortured and they were trying to get information out of him. You know, they drove it home again with Mama, but from the beginning, it was clear they needed him alive. And they were willing to risk the house coming down on them for it. Which means he's the key to open up the lock that all their gold is in. I wish that was actually worth some goddamn money. You know, if I ever make one of these games, I am not smart enough for one of these games. If I ever make one of these games, I will... it would be so cool for there to be some long shot mechanic. Like, the second that it's like, who do you think... If you can, like, call it... If you can get called... Yeah, Makoto has always been... Ruby, I will get back there. I'm the one who made the mess. I will get it. I promise. Thank you for getting it, Ruby. I appreciate that. Is there?
Yeah. I'm like, I've gone through like.
Oh no. I didn't think.
It's like for like.
I didn't think it was all that much.
It's a lot.
About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikariya that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch. What kind of drink apocalypse did you use? Just water! Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sasuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sasuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. David made a heterosexual robot, but even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You tell me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Scientist, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim, could have been the way they were hoping to match the DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sasuke was the little lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sasuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sasuke really is. If he knew Sasuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually putting Makoto in danger. You know bonsai? Look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, snoozing commercial, because here we go. I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear, delusion, the sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and sea foam, and that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through the bottom. Can't warn people, they won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year, we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the blue bloods hungrily swallow what we left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year preparation for 1 weekend in August. August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd, loving the shot of him young. Also enjoying the parallel that this man killed like a lot of people. Just mechanically. Just because. Isn't that cool, Morgan? Except the 22nd, she had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. She was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry, felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead, I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. Always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. Well, why let him live? How don't I? So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor. So long as those fools still had hope they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put him back in check. You turn your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family. And eventually, your personal attack dog. Dude, this guy's fucked up. I love him. I was just a bonus. Their heir had come of age, and so had Sasuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? Helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sasuke's innocence. But Sasuke's their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods, what, we'll work together to set Sosuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you'd think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man. Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it all came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sasuke's in the will, after all. It's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I'd have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal, and negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sosuke's on trial for his life. Sosuke's sworn to protect the family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men. Defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. Hostage you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, it's just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sasuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use case came along? I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Sasuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sasuke's a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? Not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't— Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust our conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's gonna speak over a man under his own roof. God damn, Copper. Next to the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sasuke to do his. Now. I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. This game fucking rules. It was fine. It was a good play in that moment. But do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto's Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sasuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother? Mirai, hi! Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Ikariya Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19? He's your goddamn brother! So that message you wanted to pass along, you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there'd be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess the crimes he's accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke, he's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn. All the most frustrating things. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military? Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. That influenced his decision. Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke, precisely? Blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. Told you the old guard wanted to become nobility. How did they cement allegiance among the aristocracy of old? You want Sosuke to marry? But the old guarder. Old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. You ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Wow. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time Sosuke was your bodyguard? And driver. And poison taster, although that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracing Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So, he joined the military, he didn't have to shadow you anymore? And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound? I must really hate guard duty. He must. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Because they're his family. His fucked up, twisted family. Who knows? I'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have a connection with this incident yourself. Oh, not quite! Yay, something unlocked! No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikariya. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine know his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son. Not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikariya. Mire Ikariya, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Reneijin. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's deception too. You may have let Reneijin go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Reneijin makes, and the prices it charges. Reneijin is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago, plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets the price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikariya drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps the end result as we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and a tad. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. New term. There it is, tad. I've looked at some of these before. Subtype, first discovered in the mid-20th century, characters, abilities, inability to read some blood. Type 1 is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 is acquired by poor diet. Type 2A is mostly believed to be a result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and cannot be reversed. Yay!
Oh no.
The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diagnosis, then the peripheral neuropathy. Neuropathy can be debilitating. TAD can be treated, even the most commonly prescribed metformin can be adjusted by daily pill rather than ingested. So we're fleecing people with diabetes. He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. Well, then you really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Ikariya in relation to the Reneijin board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual is going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife? A gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. The writer's undisguised want to talk about healthcare. Yeah.
Saw movies.
Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Reneijin? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were still the cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. You ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Why is this turned on? That was weird. My phone on the desk, my other old phone, just decided to turn on and go to Instagram. Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive slowly and replaces them with something unrecognizable. Loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renagen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever, and their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl, plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. renagen.main.financing.prescriptionfinancingoptions.outofpocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is too poorly designed. You know, just a bunch of crybaby college students looking for coupons to help me buy medication. They might want to start there. Thank you. Don't thank me. Don't. Can't stand it. Just save Sasuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off. I don't know. They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Cool. All right. It is 11 o'clock, 2 a.m. on the East Coast. We have to take a break. God damn, what a game, though. What a game, though. What a beautiful fucking work of fiction. I have nothing but compliments and then some. So what is really, really wonderful about this game is that it has gotten so far away, so far out in front of just being Ace Attorney Cyberpunk. Just being Ace Attorney Cyberpunk, you know? Like, that's what it started as, but these concepts have gone so much further, and the story that is playing around with is so interesting. Yeah, the hooks go deep. They're doing stuff that I don't, like, it's not, it feels like it's not a knockoff. Like, I've seen some other, like, interesting, like, works that people have done and have been like, oh, that's cool.
They have a lot they want to.
They have a lot that they want to talk about. They've gone really, really, really far, and I think that's awesome. Okay, so this game is for sure coming back next week. Friday, we're streaming. I don't know what we're doing. We're doing something on Friday. I haven't got that far. It will probably be something lighthearted and silly, but we're streaming Friday. I will announce it as soon as I know it. Expect something lighthearted and silly. I'm taking a break on Wednesday. I'm going to try and use that time to work on some personal projects. I really want to get Scry Mirror and like my interactive code for stuff over the finish line so fucking bad. Cause you know, that like interaction that we were using for quizzes and stuff, little polls. If I can get that over the line, that fucking blows the door wide open for stream interactivity to levels that even I am beginning to wrap my head around. So just gotta make the thing. Just gotta make the thing. Yeah, no, Fire Mountain, if you have like a big hot idea Wednesday or something like that, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, no, this game rules. I love this game. Who do we want to go over to? It's funny because it's like a weird hour, like weird people are up. I have no idea who this person is. I will go to them purely because I like their face. Also, I'm sorry that I ended it on the fucking click, 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 click. I did just save, right? I did just save. Here, I'll stop the noise. I stopped the noise. There we go. We don't have to listen to it while I set this up. Alrighty, I'm gonna set up the raid, but thank you so much everybody for hanging out.